I think it's back. I hear you, but screen froze. Try refreshing your thing. Sorry about this. It created a third stream. It's back, Legendary Cerberus, welcome back. City, VT, Iric, looks like we're all having issues today. Oh, are we? Not for me, LL, you frozen, I'll be back. Yeah, it might be because of the mobile thing. But it is gonna throw another ad at us. But welcome in, CD and Legendary Cerberus. Very glad to see you. Yeah, and I'm not sure why OBS is doing this for me. It seems to be on Twitch's end, but also on OBS. I don't know. Something's going on. Seems to be working now. Off to a great start. This happened last time I streamed too, but then it cleared up. So maybe it will clear up. I don't know. But I appreciate everyone dropping in. Sorry for any difficulties. Lot Lizard, thanks for checking in yet again. Oh, Lot Lizard stole first that time. So yeah, thanks so much everyone for putting up with the technical nonsense here. So we're gonna recreate this at a smaller pixel density. So I'm just gonna copy it. I think I'm on the right layer, yeah. And make a new layer here and a new layer on top of that. This first layer is just gonna be green. The second layer we're gonna, oh look at that, it actually fits right in there. Interesting. So apparently that'll work, but we need to change the colors because there's only 3 colors allowed for sprites. So I'm not sure how well this is gonna work. We could try just doing that, but that doesn't look too good. I really don't know the best way to make it only 3 colors because it kind of relies on all 4 colors here. Not really sure. I'm half waiting for the stream to fail again, but it looks like we're having ads again soon. There's the ads. So yeah, sorry about the double ad nonsense. Maybe if we split everything off onto separate layers, that might make it easier to work with. So now we've got the white on a layer. We'll paste the dark color on a layer. We've got this green color on a layer, and then we'll grab the black as well. Although I think the black is probably going to stay the same. Alright, so now we've got everything on a separate layer. So I'm kind of thinking, what if we take the white layer and split it up? So maybe use this color for the white. Or no, maybe. You know what? Maybe we'll use... What was the black like? Black is like that. Alright, so yeah, we'll use... I think we'll split the white layer into a few different things. That way we can use more of this green color. Alright, we should be about back from the ads. Sorry about that. Super big pain in the butt. And then we'll, let's get the symmetry out. Make our job a little easier here. And we'll make these dots black instead of white. Hey Seago, welcome in. Thank you for the bits. Hope you're doing well. So kind of you to be always dropping bits like that. Very much appreciate the support. We're trying to turn this into a 3-color thing. Maybe we can... I'm gonna add a new layer and kind of just divide up that and maybe fill in some of this. So we're taking something that has 4 colors and turning it into 3 colors so we can use it as a sprite instead of a background image. One of those things that that Game Boy has an issue with. Because sprites can't have this dark green color. However, if I just fill in everything with it, it's gonna look broken. One day hope to be able to drop more than 5 at a time, but finds the best way to spread love to all the homies. Well, it's very appreciated. And even if it's only 5, I have no issue with that. 5 is perfect. Then you can do it often, spread it around. I like that concept. I don't know how you work in such a limited color palette. I'd die. It takes some practice, not gonna lie. When I first started doing it, I was like, how? Because I literally thought that sprites had 4 colors in Game Boy. And then the more I dug in, I was like, wait a second. Because I was making a Game Boy-esque game for Unity, and I was using 4 colors for everything. I was like, oh yes, 4-color palette, this is Game Boy. And then I realized that sprites in Game Boy only have 3 colors, and I was like, how am I gonna make this work? And I had to rework the sprites, actually, because the game Source Hack that I make, that one actually started as a Unity project. It was called Cyber Source Hack, and it had Unity features. It just looked like it had 4 colors, right? And they were the Game Boy colors. And then actually I was changing the colors and doing all types of stuff with the colors. So it was less and less Game Boy-like, and more just had the pixel art retro vibe. And then I was like, you know, I should demake that game into a Game Boy game now that I'm learning GB Studio. That was actually the first thing that I decided to do. And I had a lot of trouble at first. And then I got better at it, and yeah. My main color is 64, or main color palette is 64. Wow, yeah, that's a lot of colors. Honestly,
who told you you can eat my cookies?
Who told you could eat my cookies? I like using a lot of colors, but I usually kind of I narrow it down per sprite. But yeah, as far as like just kind of going for broke, I'm pretty good about choosing a color and then making like a light, like a tint and a shade of that color, and then moving on to the next color and doing the same thing, moving on to the next color and doing the same thing. That's kind of the art school process in me a little bit. But yeah, interesting. Yeah, it is interesting, Legendary Serve. I really like the Game Boy hardware limitations. I think it's really cool. I don't use all 64 on each. I have 6 shade ramps. There you go. Yeah, I mean that adds up quickly when you do it that way, for sure. Let's do these ones white. We could probably do these ones white. And probably these ones white. And then just use this. Oh, let's I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. We'll just fill it in on this top layer. I threw down so many layers, I'm like, I don't know which is which anymore. I don't really care. We'll just work on the top. Might be a little bit faster to use the paint bucket, but we've got symmetry. It's not that slow. So at least the general, like, character is still here. It is losing some of the detail, clearly. I think we'll invert these. As long as it still looks like the character, I'm okay with the lack of colors. Because, I mean, what are you gonna do? It only has 3 colors. But it looks like the character now. And then the next thing I want to do is actually give it this, like, wave pattern at the bottom. Like this one here. So I'm actually just gonna steal this, copy it, and oh, what am I doing? I want that. And that. What did I do wrong? Go back. This layer. Copy that. And then I'm gonna make a new layer underneath this one. Paste it down there. And honestly, that kind of looks fine. Maybe I'll clean it up a little bit. I don't know why that looks funny. I don't think it was symmetrical to start. But we'll make it symmetrical, at least there. Get out of here. Fucking Windows. This is giving me 6 shade cramps. I'd say average around 16 colors per one, not counting transparency. Are you making this as a commercial game or just for funsies? This is actually the commercial release of it. So it started as a Game Jam game, and then I doubled the Game Jam content, and now I'm doubling the content again. That looks pretty good. Although this looks weird here. There we go. Like that maybe? Yeah. That way it kind of looks like it's coming out of the water. But yeah, if you're interested in the game, there is a link for the current version that's on itch, and yeah, it's Probably what, 4 or 5 hours long, maybe a little bit longer now. I think the original, the Game Jam one was about 4 or 5 hours, so this one's probably like 6 or 7. Or maybe longer. It might even be closer to 8, depending on how quickly you progress and you know, how often you die and that kind of stuff. If you grind and grind and grind and then kill the boss as soon as you're ready, you could probably do it pretty quick. This pixel is off. But I think we got the sprite that we need. So I'm going to save this as, and we'll call it boss 1 sprite. We'll export it. We'll just call it boss 1 sprite. It doesn't need to be called export. Oh wait, maybe we do need to give it a different name. Alright, we'll just call it export, because apparently there's something already there. So then we're going to open up the project folder for the game. Assets, sprites, and we're going to open up the folder that I just saved it to. It's weird that there's 2 of them. But anyways, we'll grab this one. Maybe I already exported it and didn't think about it. Sometimes I do things without even, like, braining it. Paste. Yeah, so now we've got 2 large sprites for the bosses. And then we might actually need to make room for it here. So this one, this boss sprite, let's change it out for the new one, which is messed up because we haven't set it up here. So we'll go into the sprites palette, or the sprites drop down here, and find it here. Boss 1 sprite export. So yeah, we're gonna make it bigger. Alright, so now we've got the whole thing here. We just plop it down there. And yeah, this. So I did make like a Game Boy Color version of it. Wait, what's going on with that there? Oh, that's because that's like the thing. If you move it, it's blue there. That's why it's looking blue. But all the Game Boy Color version uses is 1 palette across the whole thing. It's just easier that way for me rather than having to color everything. It's a decent looking palette across the whole game. It's like an orange, yellow, and red with, or like, I guess it's just orangish, yellow, and red with black and white. And it works pretty well. That's what I usually play it as when I'm playing the DMG version, like in an emulator. I'll like change out the palette for that. So I decided to make a Game Boy Color version for that. The main reason for that is because the Windows executable kinda is black and white if it's DMG, and that shit looks ugly as fuck to me. I'd rather have it green, shades of green.
You want me to send you back to where you were? Unemployed?
In Greenland. So yeah, now we've got that. Oh, you know what? There was one other thing we need to do. Right. So this one, it says 4 directions movement. We're just going to change it to fixed direction. So that way there's only 1 animation and it's only 1 frame. So it's not actually animated. That's fine. And now it's there. It's nice and big and there. It actually doesn't look too bad there because it looks like it's coming out over, like out of the water. So we can actually keep that. That's fine. I have no issue with that. We probably need to change the collisions on it. I didn't think about that. So let's go back into sprites. Yeah, so the collision is only right there. We don't want the player to be able to drive their boat through it. So we're going to move this over, make it larger. So this orange box is the sprite collisions. Alright, so that's good.
I don't want to be inflammatory, but next to a condor, an eagle looks like a common gangling.
It's true. I've actually seen condors in real life, and that shit blows my mind. We were doing the Grand Canyon hike down and camp at the bottom, hike back up thing, and which is actually like a story in itself because it's really hard to get a cabin at the bottom. That shit like it fills up years in advance. But there was like a rock slide or something that it ruined one of the trails. It prevented people from going down the donkey trail, which is the easiest way for senior citizens to get down to the bottom and camp down. It's like a bucket list thing, right? So like when you're old, climbing down the Grand Canyon is easier on a donkey, right? So the donkey trail was down. That meant that all of these reservations opened up, and then we just like randomly called and said like, hey, this is crazy, but maybe you have reservations. They're like, this is crazy, but we do. And like we're like, hell yeah. So it worked out. So anyways, we're hiking down to the bottom because there's no donkey trail and we're not old or anything. It was fun to hike. Actually ran down in 3 hours. It's a pretty long trail, but when you've got that downward momentum, it's really easy to just jog for 3 hours. It's dangerous. Probably don't recommend doing that, but I was a crazy kid. Anyways, so as we were along the rim of it, before we got to the actual trail, there were condors just hanging out. And I was like half asleep because it was like 6 in the morning or something like that. And this condor is just perched on like the wall that like prevents people from walking off the ledge, right? And I didn't even notice it until I was like 3 feet away from it. And this thing was bigger than me at the time. I was like maybe 13 or 14 or something like that. This thing was the size of a full-grown man, just kind of like huddled up, like perched on this wall. It was crazy. Yeah, use all your points, Lot Lizard. I don't mind. Use them all. Sorry if you're talking to me, I can't hear you. Got my headset on playing. Oh, well, no worries. I don't mind. Alright, so we've got that. That actually looks pretty well. Better than I thought it would, actually. So that's cool. Got that one. We will have to make new ones for the new bosses. Oh, you know what? There's something else I need to do. I forgot about this. So, this sprite, if we go back to the old sprite, Boss 1 Small, there is actually 2 animations, and one is this idle arrow that points to the cave. So that's there to help players realize that like they're supposed to go there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. So I think we do need this. So we'll need to like actually put it on the sprite. Because there's no way to like take this from these sprites, I don't think. Like we can't copy that and then move it to this. Right? It doesn't let you do that. So yeah. We'll have to make a well, let's take a look at how we did it on the other one. So yeah, we've got default and arrow. So that means we just made a second animation and called it arrow. So we'll just call it the same thing. And we do need to actually put that on the image though. So what we're gonna do is expand the canvas here by what, 32? Oops, I did that wrong. So plus 32, and then we'll throw it off to the side there. Indie Maniac, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. We're working on Demonfish Dead Ahead. So I'm going to fill in the rest of that green. Now we're going to find that arrow sprite, which is right here. We'll grab both of those. And we'll throw it, oops, on the right layer. We'll make a new layer. And we'll throw it on the bottom here. Just like that. We'll save it, and then we'll export it as that. We'll overwrite it. And now we need to overwrite it in the game here. So this is where we saved it to. We'll copy it there. And then we'll paste it here. Replace it. So now we've got those arrows there. There is all this green space. There's not much we can do about that. I guess we could have made it smaller and put it there, but it's not the end of the world. It's not really using that much memory anyways, so we'll be fine as far as I can tell. But yeah, now you can see we've got this. So what we can do now is just put this right there. Make another one here. And now when it's animated, it does that. When we go back to the default, it's like that. So yeah. 3 months, you're a star. Nice work, Lot Lizard. Thank you for that support. 3 months is amazing. On the dot. So if we look at this, it's actually, what does it do? Oh, on the init, it disables the collisions and sets the animation state to arrow. Since we named it arrow, we don't have to worry about that. The actor is still the same actor. Toasted. It disables the collision, so we don't have to worry about that big collision box on the arrow. You'll be able to go right through the arrow, and it should work. It should just work. It would be wise to test it. But yeah, I guess we should test it. Otherwise, because I'm about to copy and paste it, I'll be copy and pasting errors if it doesn't work. There's some issue with it. And in game development, there's almost always issues, so that's a thing. But yeah, it will take a second to build the game here. I'm gonna get some other streamers on lurk here. That's the beauty of using the Twitch non-mobile app, or being on browser rather than mobile, that you can have more than one window open. Alright, so the game loaded. Turn off the extra music here. We'll do a new expedition. Lighthouse is save and restore health. Select button to view world map. Alright, so there is something that I forgot. If we use the world map, it's small again, which is not what we want. Which makes me realize that we'll need a second map for the demo mode. But yeah, if we go here, you can see it's big. Fight it. Game saved. You think you can defeat me? And we're actually gonna belay so we can cheat. We're gonna go in options. Choose world. We want world 1. Boss dead. No. Boss enabled. Yes. Choose level. Yes. What level? We want a lot of levels. Alright, so it did send us back to the beginning, but that's okay. Now the boss is here. Or now we have enough levels to kill the boss easily. Game saved. You think you can defeat me? So we're just gonna go straight for the boss. You think you can defeat me? Yeah, exactly. But it's nearly dead already. Because we're doing so much damage per cast. We got 84 damage. Has 3 health left. Catch you later, Overlord. Onward through the Skull Cave, and we see the arrow. Save game, sure. And now music changes, water changes. We're at level 2 with all new fish. Ah! All right, so that works. But we did need to change the map sprite as well. That's going to be an easy fix. So we can just go to the map here, go to the sprite, and change it to that one. And that fixes it. Pretty sure. On init. Disable the collisions. If the boss dead is 1, set it to the arrow. Yep, that will do it. Okay, so we will need to make a demo scene now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select all of these and just move them over to make room. Because we're gonna copy this one and paste it here. This is gonna take a second because it's a big old scene. There's lots of stuff. It's pretty well filled out. All right, we should be about back from the ads. So yeah, what we've done here is we've copy and pasted the first level. This is going to be the demo, and then we're also going to copy and paste the first map, because it's going to be different. We're going to have to change out the art, and that's the major difference here. But we're also going to change the collisions on this one, and we might actually just change this image completely. I'm not really sure. You know, we might as well let the players see what they can't get to as part of the demo. It's not like they'll be able to see these maps. So now we need to build the demo world. And so what I was thinking was to just like kind of cut it in half, or maybe like a just more than a quarter or something like that. So that way, yeah, maybe half is better. So that way, I don't know, there's two voices in my head. One is saying to make this smaller, because that was actually some feedback Infinite Metal gave me. And then the other one is to just give the players this first level. But so the problem with that is that the demo will be too long then. So I almost want to make like a new boss just for the demo, but I don't know. Maybe I just give the boss less life for the demo. Because the thing is that it will take you a good 4 hours or so to get to the leveling of being able to beat the boss as it is right now, which is too long for a demo. Demos should probably be like a maximum of like 30 minutes or so. I mean, demos can be longer, but generally speaking, players don't really want a long demo, and it takes away from game sales if the demo's too long. I feel like Pyrotoad's demo is maybe a little too long, because people are downloading the demo and not necessarily downloading the game, and that could be because of a variety of reasons. Maybe they don't like the game, maybe it's not their style. I mean, honestly, that makes a lot of sense, because it's a kind of a niche thing to have like a difficult precision puzzle platformer. Like, that's a lot of boxes that need to be checked, and most people don't have any of those boxes in mind. You know, they don't want a difficult game, they don't want a puzzle platformer, they don't want a platformer at all. So like, I don't know, it did really well on Newgrounds, but again, not a whole lot of people who played the demo on Newgrounds went over to Steam. Maybe some. It's hard to determine, to be honest. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe we should cut this in half and make the boss easier, and be like, this is only a taste, and then show, after they beat the boss, show the players some of the cool stuff. Yeah, maybe make some screenshots and just kind of like thumb through the screenshots afterwards, and then also like put like a gate going across and let the player like interact with the gate and say like, do you want to see what you're missing, kind of thing, and ask the question. If they say no, then just send them back, right? But if they say yes, then they could see the same screenshots or whatever without having to beat the boss. So that way, because sometimes people will play a demo and be like, within the first 5 seconds they'll be like, oh yes, this is a game I want. And then if you can just drive that home somehow, Like the first thing they're gonna do is get to a boundary probably, and then be like, oh, do you want to know what you're missing? Sure. And then they'll be like, okay, I was already thinking I wanted this game, but look at all of this content. So the question that I have for myself is whether or where I should draw the line on how much content is exposed, right? How many different fish should I show? I don't think I should show every fish and every boss. Then there's no content left to surprise players later. They'll have nothing to feel great about. But yeah, maybe one or two from each map, and then, you know, a couple different fish or whatever. Also, you know, I've been thinking it might be cool to do different art for the different fight scenes. That's something that I've been thinking about doing, and that actually would be really easy to implement because I wouldn't have to change anything. I would just have to make new art for it and just drop it in, which is the easiest thing for me as an artist, right? But yeah, I'm thinking we'll put a line through like here, so you can't get to the maze area. You can get to Moby Dick, and you know, you can find the mushroom and that, and get to the boss. Or maybe we just block off a quarter of the map and just block off the maze area. Because then you can get a feel for finding the locations at least. Because then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You'd just be missing 1 and 1 save point. Maybe that's what I should do. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. So, sorry, I was just kind of thinking for a bit there. So here's the world map. Hey Durger, welcome in. Thanks for checking in. How you doing? So we're working on a demo version of Demon Fish Dead Ahead, and we're actually building it into the full version, so that way I can easily just like switch a variable to the demo mode and not the demo mode. And that way people can get a taste of the game, get it up on Steam right away, and then also be working on the full version at the same time without having to jump back and forth. If I make any changes to the full version, I won't have to open a new project, which is the way that we did it with Pyrotoad. And that worked because there wasn't a whole lot of like changes after the fact, like not a lot of updating, but it would be easier to do it all on one project. Epic. Yeah. I'm excited for this one. It'll be nice to get it out in front of more eyes, get more feedback on it, and hopefully some players will enjoy it. Who knows how long that will last? OBS has been dropping and failing, so it looks like it's still up. I don't know. Hard to tell. So sorry in advance if you gotta refresh your stream. I was thinking about resetting the router and I didn't, but I should have apparently. I forgot to. Alright, so first thing, let's just make one square. And then we'll make a white outline. Not sure how it should look. Maybe something like that. I think that'll work. Something like that, to just block off 1/4 of the map. Although this dead end kind of sucks. Let's fix that so the player can still get through. Let's do that instead. So that way you can get the feel for what the game is like, explore some things. This is like the most annoying part of this level, so you don't have to do that. And then what we'll do is we'll make the boss easier to beat. And then maybe we'll do some testing to figure out how easy it is, like what level you need to be. And then when the player gets to that level, if they're playing the demo, say like, you're leveled enough to destroy the boss kind of thing, which is kind of weird, but it would prevent players from just leveling and leveling and leveling and being like, oh well, that boss was really easy. And maybe not be so definite and saying like the boss is definitely doable. Be like, maybe the boss is or maybe just pointing them in the direction. Say like the cave in the northeast, or like I don't even know. I don't want them to end up here and be like, where's the boss? The island in the northeast. The bay of the island in the northeast. I don't know. But I think this wall will work. So let's just save this. We can save it because it's a sprite file. This boss sprite was actually a PNG. That's why there was duplicates of it, but that's fine. Yeah, so now we've got that. We do want to export it, and we'll call it demo world map. Make sure it's in the right folder, which it wasn't. This one. Export it. Open the folder. Demo world map. Copy it. And then we're gonna go to our backgrounds folder and paste it here. So now we've got two different world maps. One is labeled demo and it has the wall. So let's go back into this one, and you can see this is overworld 1, this is overworld 2. We're gonna call this demo overworld 1. I feel like overworld is one word, but it's separated in two here. And this one will be demo overworld 1 map. Alright, so then we're going to change out the art. demo map. Change the art here. Demo world map. That's weird that it saved the collision data. So what we're gonna do then is erase the collision data because we don't want it. So the easiest way to do that is to paintbrush it and then paintbrush it again, or paint bucket again, and now there's no collision data because that's what we want. These ones don't have any collision data. That's because when you're in the map, we want you to be able to move through walls to see more of the level, etc. But we do want to make those new walls here. So we're gonna go into this mode, turn off the triggers. Oops. There. Alright, so the next thing we want to do is change some of these trigger sizes so we've got room around the wall. Where is the wall? Oh, did I move too far away? Alright, so we're gonna have to change this one a bit because they can't be right on the wall. There's got to be at least 2 away. I'll tell you what we'll do with this one. We're gonna make this one shorter and wider. That way it's still the fishing zone 3. But we'll put it over here. Actually, it's gonna need to be a little bit shorter. There we go. You know, let's move it up a bit. Like that. Alright, that should be good. And then what we can do is we'll delete these. And then we'll use this one. Make it taller. This is gonna be like the demo content one. So we'll call it demo. That's not right. Emo. Demo trigger. Alright. So we don't want the fish zone and we don't want the update, so we can get rid of these. We can get rid of this. And then this stuff we don't need either. Now it's a blank trigger. What we want to do is on enter we want to make it so when you hit the button then you can, like, because if someone goes up against the wall they're gonna be like, can I do something with this, and they're gonna hit the button against it, right? We don't want to do it every time you enter. Yeah, maybe we should do it when you enter. Because it's not like it does it every frame while you're in there, it's just when you're in there. So if you go up against the wall, it will bring up a dialogue. So we'll do a dialogue. Display dialogue, and it's gonna say I don't know what it should say. Purchase the game. Yeah, maybe purchase. Oh, I can't even spell. The full game for more content. Will that fit? And then we'll do another one. Paste it. And this one is going to be a question. See, how about wanna see what you're missing? Does that fit? No, it doesn't. Let's, yeah. Want to see what you're missing? Purchase the full game for more content. Want to see what you're missing, and then we'll do a dialogue. Or no, not a dialogue, a menu. And two options. We'll do yes and no. We can set the last option to 0. So 1 or 0. We'll do it as a menu there. Or we could put it back and be like, see content or fish more. Although then it might make you think like, or maybe we'll do another time. Yeah, that I like that better. Let's go back to dialogue and we'll go see content. Another time. I know it kind of feels like one sentence though. See content another time. Maybe view content. Maybe later. View content, maybe later. And then we'll do a switch. So this is local 0. So we'll do if local 0 is 1 or 0. So if 0, nothing happens, it just closes the dialogue. But if it's 1, then we're going to want to store scene on stack, and then we're going to want to change the scene to a demo scene, which we don't have yet, so we'll make that real quick. We'll just throw it between here, call it demo preview. Or we'll just call it preview. Wait, that was weird. Preview content. There we go. And this one's probably going to be a logo. We'll just put it there for now. And there's nothing there yet, so we'll just leave it as a black screen. And for now, we'll say button, attach button. We'll just do all of them. And then restore previous scene from stack. So that way it'll go to this thing, you hit a button, and then it goes back. So I feel like it should probably remove those button presses. That way it doesn't leave you with the AB. I believe the start and select ones get redone. Yeah, the start and select do. But the A and B buttons don't, so that's what those are doing. That's what that script does there. Yeah, so then what we'll do is we'll copy this, paste it over here. Oh, looks like we gotta add. We can actually make it closer to the wall. Oops, what happened there? That's fine. And then, oh, let's get rid of that one. It doubled it. And this one we can move over one as well, so it's not like right there. So that way when you get right up against the wall, that's when it happens. Yeah, and honestly then we don't have to do an on leave, but in order to see the dialogue after you say no, to see it again you'd have to leave and come back, but I feel like that's pretty intuitive. That's weird that that is missing there. Oh, it's just there, not there. Anyways, that's fine, player can't get there anyways. But yeah, we got add in progress. I'm gonna sip on my tea for a second. Says reconnection successful. Maybe it was such a quick hiccup that it didn't stop. I don't know, the bitrate looks fine now, so I don't know why it's doing that. It seems to be wavering a bit, which is not great. So yeah, I'm thinking the boss scene here, when it decides the enemy's life, or how much the enemy attacks and stuff, we could do a variable that checks to see if it's the demo. So I think we should do that in the very first scene here, or the title scene. Or maybe in the very first splash scene. Now, if you were like a master debugger and like knew what you're doing, you could theoretically cheat and get the full game through the demo. But only if you had the ROM. You wouldn't be able to do it on Steam. And honestly, I wouldn't know how to do it, so I don't think a lot of people would know how to do it. And hopefully if someone's like good enough at that stuff to be able to do that, then they'd be a developer themselves and realize why you might want to support a developer if you want the full game good enough or enough to hack it to get it. You might want to pay the $5 or whatever to support the developer. Yeah. Anyway, so on this first scene, what we'll do is we'll make a comment. Demo var. And we'll throw this at the top. Underneath it we'll say variable value. Set variable value, and we're gonna make a new variable. So we'll just go all the way down to variable 174, and we'll rename it demo mode on. So it's less confusing. Demo mode would be fine. 1 is on, 2 is off, but demo mode on, 1 is still on, and 0 is off, right? So demo mode on. So we'll set this to 1 to test the demo mode, and then here, let's see. Pause screen. For pause script. This is where it actually changes you to the world, right? And I'm just thinking about like saving stuff. It'll probably, you know, there's some games that like let you bring your demo save over to the full game save with cloud saves and stuff. And technically that would be possible, but if you beat the boss, you're still gonna have to beat it again because it's gonna be a more difficult boss fight. And it might just cause more problems to do it that way. And if we make the demo small enough, then no one's gonna care that they have to redo that content. Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure if I'll even be able to get cloud saves to work, so I shouldn't be thinking that far ahead. But here what we'll do is we'll check if variable value, and we'll say demo mode on equals 0. Then we send it here, and we'll copy the event, paste it below it. If demo mode on equals 1, then we're gonna send it to the other one, demo overworld 1. And this else statement, this actually doesn't need to be in here. That was actually for debugging. So that way, if you cheated, it would send you to level 2. But now we do that actually from the options menu. And that's something I'm going to take out for the full game anyways. That's just for debugging. So yeah. And we could do an else statement here, but it's just more explicit this way. It's probably worse as far as performance, I guess, or like saving space, but like it's such a small game. We're still under 2 megabytes. We're just over 1 megabyte, so not really worried about that. We are gonna be adding more to it, so we'll get into the 2 megabyte range more. I'm not gonna worry about making it fit into a megabyte. But technically we could if we wanted to and remove the demo content and all that stuff. But yeah, 1 megabyte difference. No one's gonna care. Steam doesn't care. Players won't care. Alright, so and then yeah, game data load, right? So if you have save progress, it will put you where you were. It's not going to put you into later levels, so I don't have to worry about that. It's really just when you start the game. If there's no save data, it's going to decide whether you're playing the demo mode or not. And if it is the demo mode, it's going to kind of lock you into the demo mode after you save the game. So if you were to load your data, you're still going to be in the demo mode. So yeah, let's go ahead and test this. I know we don't have that demo preview or the preview content scene up yet, but we're far enough along where we can test the demo mode, and it is set to demo mode on, so it should send us to the demo. Something else we could do is make a sprite that says demo that turns on. So maybe we should do that first. Pretty easy to do. Actually, I could probably use the sprite from Pyrotoad. There's already a sprite that says demo. Yep, here it is. So we'll just I guess we'll copy that from here. Copy that, and then we'll go up to sprites and paste it here. So now we've got a demo sprite for Demonfish Dead Ahead as well. We'll add a... Oh wait, is this a logo? No, it's not. Okay. So it just deactivates player. That's perfect. That's what we want. So then we can add an actor, and we'll just throw it in the middle there. Demo sprite. Alright, so then we need to fix it so it fits. Demo sprites. We want it to be fixed direction, so there's no animations. And we don't need to worry about collisions or anything like that. But there, now it says demo. We could actually throw it right there next to it. Or maybe it looks better below it. We could put it there, but then it gets kind of lost and it doesn't really fit with the art. I think it looks best there. Alright, so then here on initialization, well, there's two things we could do. We could set it to be invisible first, which I think is probably the best way to do it, because if you buy the full game, let's say you bought the ROM and you're using it with an emulator and it's the GB mode and you've got your own color palettes where the sprites are a different color, you're gonna see it during the fade in saying demo even though it's not a demo, and we don't want that to happen. So it'll automatically be transparent, and then on init we're gonna say if variable value demo on equals 1, then actor sprite sheet, actor sprite sheet, so self is going to become demo sprite, and that's really all we need there. And then let's give it a shot. So when we load the scene, it's on this first logo splash, it's going to say this is the demo mode because it's something that I'm going to set manually between builds. But if I just set it at that one spot, then we can use that variable throughout the game to know the difference between the demo and the full game. And then the first thing it's going to do once we get to this screen, if it's going to check to see if it's the demo. If it is, it's going to say demo there, and then it's going to the menu is going to stay the same, but when we hit the button, it's going to check to see if it's the demo before throwing us into the overworld, and it'll decide which overworld to throw us to, the one with the extra colliders or the one without it. And then during the boss scene, the boss fight scene, we're going to have to make some more checks. Right, so now it's demo mode. Oh. And it says demo there. It's kind of hard to read though. I'm wondering if we should make it a black outline around it. Because we're getting these like little white pixels that look bad. Anyways, let's test it and see what happens when we hit the button. Do new expedition. So it looks the same, which is good because then you're getting like the experience of the game. But then you get over here. Oh, we're gonna fish a bit. Let's just run away from this Ely. And it didn't work. So that's interesting. Why is that? What happened? Oh, okay, so it checked to see if there was game data saved and then sent it to that. So we still want this, but that's if we want to overwrite our game. So we want it to do, is there an else statement? All right, yeah, there is an else statement. So we want it to be demo mode on equals. Let's just copy both of these. And we can get rid of this and paste it here. Again, this is like debugging stuff. It doesn't need to be there. Also, why is it not there for this part, which is weird. But it says right there for debug. but we can remove that. Don't need that anymore. I changed the way that it's set up, so we no longer need that. All right, let's try it one more time. Also, let's fix the demo thing. So we've got, let's put the music back on. Animated actors, fishing game, Pyro Toad. All right, so let's open this one, and we're going to load our preset for GB Studio. And now we've got this black color. And I'm just gonna fill in the green with this color. Like that. And then we're gonna export it as we'll throw it here. And then we'll open it in the folder so we make sure we get the right one. Demo Sprite, that's the Pyro Toad one. We'll open this folder instead. So we've got this Demo Sprite, copy that. We're going to the sprites. No, that's the wrong sprites folder. Or is it? No, this is the right one. Okay, so we're gonna paste it here, overwrite, and now it has the black there. So when we go into the game, it should look a little bit better. Alright, so we're gonna save it. Because we overwrote it, we don't need to do anything with it. I like how quickly this game builds compared to Pyro Toad with all of those like Platformer Plus variables. Like that took a long time. This one still takes a minute because it's like almost a full game at this point, but still a lot faster. Alright, yeah, so it loaded. And it does look, it's more legible. Like, it doesn't look bad, but it's more legible for sure. Like, it looks better. So we'll click the button. We'll start a new expedition. And now it should be the demo mode. Oh, and look at that, we've got our wall. Purchase full game for more content. Want to see what you're missing? View content. It didn't actually load the scene. Did I hit the wrong button? So every step of the way. That's okay. Let's figure it out. We've got the demo overworld. We got this. Oh, we didn't actually change the scene. We just store the scene on stack. So we want to change scene to preview content. It knew exactly what we needed. We'll copy that and throw it here as well. So yeah, it was my mistake. I did not finish what we started there. Alright, let's try it one more time. I just hit Control S and then saved it. I'm not neurotic. Alright, so it says demo. We will new expedition it. Purchase full game for more content. Want to see what you're missing. View content. And now it goes to a black screen. We hit a button and it goes back. So it does ask you twice, which is a little annoying. So we should probably come up with a workaround for that. And honestly, we already have something in place. See how it says player trigger stay? We can do that, as we can use that same variable. So let's throw on the music. We'll say variable value player trigger stay equals 1. And then on leave, variable value player trigger stay equals 0, and then we'll copy this because we got to do it at the other trigger as well. And we'll paste it there, and then we'll go here, minimize those, paste it here, and change it to 1. And that should fix that. Let's check and be sure. Because we want it to be as smooth as possible, especially for the demo. We don't want any jagged edges like that. Alright, so that was quick. It's done. Got the demo mode, new expedition. We'll go over to the closest. Let's turn off the music, doubling up. We'll go to the closest music demo wall. Purchase the full game. Want to see what you're missing. View content. Black screen. Oh, it's still there, huh? Still doing that. Oh, wait. I see what we did wrong here. So here we have it set to this on trigger stay. But what we need to do is also if variable value, and let's turn the music back. So we need to check to see if it's there. Random question, shoot! So we're gonna do all of this stuff inside this, and then make it equal 1. Actually, we should do that right away. If variable value Fatal Flora, that is Garden of Indy. You're friends with them. Now you know. The more you know. Yeah, you're welcome. So if player trigger stay equals 0, we want to throw all of this inside there. And then as soon as you leave, it sets it back to 0. So now it shouldn't pop up with the menu after changing scenes on you. Oh, I know Garden. It's just random is all. Yeah, a little random. They recently changed their name on Steam. Not sure why, but when he added me, it was Garden, and then I noticed it changed to Fatal Flora, but only because they send me invites all the time, so. For the, for Peak Night, which I've noticed you haven't taken a part in. Of course, we haven't done one in a while, but maybe after Thanksgiving, you could take part in another one on Thursday. Just saying, just saying. Peak got that cool update. I don't know if you noticed. Actually, I don't know if you checked out the Mesa update, but it's got Mesa and Roots now. Alright, so it says demo. But yeah, we've been playing with a lot of people. We got Westlow playing. Weslow's really good. He knows like the ins and outs of that game. Cyphex is really good. He's peaked like, what do you say, like 3 or 4 days in a row. I finally peaked once. It took me a while, but I finally got it. The team helped me. I died on one of the days for sure. Alright, so let's see if this works with the new changes. But yeah, we also play Heroes of Hammerwatch 2. Sometimes we play Jump Space, which is pretty good. So we're gonna view the content. Got the black screen, that's what we want. We go back, and look at that, it didn't pop up. It did fish, which is weird. But it didn't actually do anything because we're not in a fish zone. That's really weird that it did that. I think it's because we didn't make a new variable. So, yeah, I think we do need to make a new variable for that. Weird that it didn't beep that time. We've got a, oh, we're back from the ads. I didn't realize we were in an ad. So maybe you didn't hear me when I was calling you out for not playing Peak with us. Alright, so we will have to make a new variable for that. No big loss. Otherwise it might beep, it might give you a false fish. Like I said, we want it to be as smooth as possible. So let's make a new variable here. Let's get the music going. All the way down. Down, down, down. Alright, up, location, 75. So we'll rename it to Demo Zone Player Stay. Yep, and then this one we'll change it to Demo Zone Player Stay. This one, Demo Zone Player Stay. This one, Demo Zone Player Stay. Oh, and I missed one. This one as well. Demo Zone Player Stay. And this one, Demo Zone Player Stay. I don't know why I call it player instead of trigger, but whatever. That works. Alright, so we can test it one last time and it should work. I kind of want to turn this into like a mini boss battle also. I feel like it deserves it. Alright. Got the double music going here. Let me fix that. There we go. Alright, one last test for this. Purchase the full game for more content. Want to see what you're missing? View content. There. No weird sound, no fish battles. And it works when we go back. We say maybe later, same thing, no weird sound, no fish battles, and it works. Cool. That's awesome. So demo mode is going pretty well so far. Let's see. So the other thing is that the boss battle should be like easier if it's the demo, right? So on init, no, I think there's like a battle manager. Yeah, on init here. So this one here, we could change the life of each of them. Well, how hard is the hardest fish? I think we should look at that. $120. So maybe 150 is pretty good. So we'll go to this. We'll say if variable value. We'll go back to demo mode on equals 0. But we still want the enemy count to be 3. Then we'll throw these in there. And then we'll copy the event, paste it. And then if it equals 1, then we'll change this one to 150. And these ones to 50. And that should make it easier. The attacks will still be pretty bad, but that's okay, it's a boss. It has to feel hard. The other thing is when we beat the boss, we want it to be like, thank you for playing the demo, and then automatically send you to the preview content scene. Except we need to know that you beat the boss. Although there is a variable for that, so we can already use that variable. Although then it might act funny if you continue to play the game and then go back to the demo mode content thing. So maybe we should give it its own variable. Demo boss beat or something like that. Alright, so somewhere in here, if enemy 3 health is greater than 0, is there an else? No. So where is the end? Oh, I guess that happens on the player's turn, doesn't it? Because it's never gonna die on the enemy's turn. So yeah, if enemy 3 health is less than or equal to 0, it kills the boss, plays the sound effect, enemy 3 dead equals 1, kill boss, boss 1 dead. Alright, so here we're gonna do a check for the demo. Oops. Variable value. If variable value demo mode on equals 1, and we'll say variable value, make a new variable so that way we don't get any weird bugs. $176. This one is going to be called demo boss dead. Equals 1. And then so we don't want to say onward through the skull cave if I don't know why it's doing that. But it looks like the stream didn't drop, so we're good. Sorry if you need to refresh. I'll try to figure it out in the future. Maybe I need to update OBS. What was I gonna do? Oh, dialogue. Thank you. And it's back. Thank you so much for playing the demo. Check out this awesome full game content. Does that fit? It does. All right, let's Fix it so it looks good. Also, awesome doesn't need to be capitalized. That's not how you spell some. My fingers were one off. How about amazing instead? That's the same amount of words or letters. I want something with either one letter more or one letter less, so that way it's evenly spaced. Maybe something with a fish theme. Maybe we just get rid of that altogether. Check out some full game content. That works. And then we go straight to the scene, because we don't need to store the scene. And then that should actually restore it to send us back to this. Now this will be there, so if we move this guy, this will be here, and this changes the scene, right? It does all this stuff, but it shouldn't if we're in the demo mode. If variable value, oops. Demo mode on equals 0, then we do all this stuff. Else display dialog. And I guess we should use the same stuff that this has. And then on leave, we'll do the same thing as well, because you shouldn't be able to leave that if you're not in the demo zone, or if you're not in demo mode. Also, that variable starts at 0 anyways, so it just sets it back. Anyways, now we gotta put this guy back. And we're still on the demo world, right? Yeah, okay. So that should actually do it. Alright, so let's do some testing and figure out how easy this boss battle is. So that way when the player levels up, we can check to see if they're at a certain level. If they are, then do the demo mode check, and if they're the demo mode at a certain level, then we'll say go find the boss. Although actually I was thinking about changing that anyways to be like find all of the locations, and so we'll have to make it so there's only 6 locations. Which will take a little bit of work or whatever, but since it's all on its own scene, it shouldn't be so bad. Alright. let's figure out how easy this boss is. Alright, so it is gonna reset, so we might as well just do it here. Options. Oh, you know what? This is going to not work because the debug wasn't set up for the demo. Let's do that real quick. So this is the debug button. Let's see. So yeah, this last one changes the level. So here we'll do a quick check. If variable value demo mode on equals 1, I guess we'll do 0. Send it here. Else copy paste, send it to demo over world 1. Yeah, and it's got the same location, 5845, so that's good. Alright, so now we should be able to test the demo mode with the debug menu. I think the next step will be implementing the find the locations to unlock the boss. And I will have to do it twice because we didn't do it before we duplicated the scene, but since the demo mode is going to have a change, it won't really make that much of a difference because we'll have to change all that. Reconnection successful. Alright, so we'll go to world 1. Is the boss dead? No. Is the boss enabled? Yes. Choose level. Yes. So this is where we get to decide how difficult the boss is. So we'll try it at level 20 first and see if it's easy enough to kill at level 20. And it might be too hard, but that's okay. Actually, it'll be level 21 because it gives you a level for the location right there. Alright. So it has more life than us, but if we kill the tentacles first, it should be okay. Look at that, it took 20 some odd health. It took almost half of its health right off the bat. We are getting hit, but we should level up when we kill the tentacles, so that will help us both in killing the bad guy and give us our life back. Oh, still has 4 health. So we'll kill the tentacle, assuming we don't miss. Oh, but we didn't level up because I changed things. Interesting. So let's brace. That nearly killed us. And we died. Let's try that again. Let's just go straight for the boss. See if that helps. Oops, I braced. But that's okay. Maybe it'll be helpful. Why is the brace points not working? Interesting. Did we break something? That looked pretty broken. Let's get some more levels. $22. $23. $24. Level 25. Alright, let's try it at level 25. Looks like an ad's about to start. down to 1 health. I don't think we're gonna make it. Next at 50. Well, at least now we're only taking 15 damage tops each hit, but I don't think we're gonna live still. It's close. No cigar. Alright. So, in order to make this a little bit easier, we could actually make it do less damage. So, if variable value demo mode on equals 0, else I think I deleted something I wasn't supposed to, because it says set player damage, but this says set player damage and brace, and the brace thing isn't being set, so I might have made a mistake somehow. But also let's set these a bit lower. So, oh, we want the demo mode. Yeah. So let's do what, like 2 lower? Nah, we'll go 5 lower, right? 4 and 6. 10 and 5. So if it's the demo mode, the boss is significantly easier. Let's figure out what's going on with that brace thing, because that would make it more difficult too if bracing doesn't work. Especially if you try to do it and it's not working. Right, so that is that. If we go to this one, we should be able to see what it was before we made changes to it. So set player damage, embrace. It actually doesn't have any. Oh, here's the brace group. Oh, that's to remove your brace. Here's the subtract brace group. Again, that's just subtracting it from the player. Alright, let's go to this one and see how this handles it. Again, it says set damage and brace, but it doesn't actually set the brace. Let's go to a regular fish battle and see if it handles it there. So it seems to only happen when it's a low damage. The brace point. Wait, no, still, it's just. Removing the brace points. Not actually preventing the damage. I thought I had figured this out. Now I'm wondering if brace is broken in the regular in the game online. So let's check the game online. Also, thanks for the hat, Indie Maniac. I appreciate that. Now I'm a dapper demon fish. So this is the website. Let's check to see how broken it is. Oh wait, I don't think we can cheat from that menu on this one. Let's not delete the save data. Let's continue. And then let's see what level we're at. Level 3, huh? So now what level are we at? Level 20, okay. Alright, we got a fish encounter. We got one demon fish. It's only got 20 life. It's attacking. And it did 1 damage. Alright, so now we're gonna brace and see if it still does damage. Player attack for 0. Brace down to 21. So it's actually working. Alright. Let's see if it's working in the build. Alright. It's booted. Let's turn off the music. Alright. Alright, so let's cheat real quick. That way we can make sure that it's working. Use World War 1, boss dead. Nope. Boss enabled, yes. Use level, yes. What level? 20. Alright. So now we need to get into a fish fight. There we are. We got our demon fish. Does 2 damage. We're gonna brace. Brace is at 21. Player takes critical damage. Player attack for 0. So it worked. We're no longer braced. So I must have just missed the code where it works. Brace down to 19. Yeah, so it is working. It didn't feel like it was working against the boss though. Alright, we're no longer braced. Let's go. We'll run away. Also, I never thought about if you have brace points and run away, do you keep the brace points? I think you might actually, which would be a bug. I wouldn't want you to. Because then technically you could like go into this battle with brace points. It would make it easier. We're gonna brace. Brace at 22. Tentacle L is attacking. Player takes 5 critical damage for 6. Yeah, so I'm still taking damage even though I've got brace points. Also, we can check our brace point bug here. Excuse me. I tried to mute, but I needed to click twice. I only clicked once. Anyways, let's see if we get into a battle with and see what our brace is at. Alright, we're out. We'll just cast because we want to see if it attacks us. We missed. Attacked for 6. You're up. So it did just get rid of all of our brace points, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, now we're at 22 again. and it's still working. So for whatever reason, it's not working during the boss battle. And I think I deleted something. And maybe I deleted it before I copy pasted. And then maybe I also deleted it from here. I don't know. If I find it on the fish scene, that would make it easier, I think. So let's figure out. So there's player turn equals 0. That means it's the enemy's turn. Enemy 1 health is more than 0. That player damage. So that gives it the damages. And then there's this brace group. Because it's a critical, it removes the damage. Alright, I think I remember what's going on here. If we go to this, and then we go, yeah, see this brace points equals more than 0, that's where it happens. And we never put that on the boss script, so we need to do that. Alright, so yeah, that's an easy fix. We just never threw that at the end of this. So yeah, if brace points is greater than 0, then it does the brace subtraction. Alright, so that should fix that. That was actually really easy to fix. It was just buried in the code. So that should make it a little bit easier to beat the boss at level 25. Maybe even level 20 if you use brace well. Let's give it a shot. It'll take just a second to build here. And so yeah, what we're doing today is making the demo mode for this game. That way we can get a demo up on Steam while we finish the rest of the game. And it was pretty smooth sailing doing that. Pardon the pun. We did it all today. I mean, I did come up with the idea and like let it gestate in my mind for a bit. So I knew exactly what I wanted to do. Alright, so we'll do a new expedition. We're gonna use the debug menu. Use the world 1. Boss dead. No. Boss enabled. Yes. Use level. Yes. What level? We'll go with level 20 again. We'll run from that battle. Now we're at level 21. We'll fight the boss. And now it should be a little bit easier. It does less damage and we can brace. Player attack for 0 damage. It's working. Of course, we took a crit, so this next one's still gonna hit us, but it was only 5 damage. So overall, that was actually a good thing to do, but we did take some damage. So if we just do that and it keeps happening that way, that's not gonna be good. Alright, we didn't take any damage that round, and we still have some brace. So let's go ahead and cast at the third. Brace down to 5. Brace down to 1. Attack for 4, no longer braced. Let's brace again. That actually has been working pretty well for me. Attack for 0. Attack for 0, brace down to 14. Overlord. Attack for 0, brace down to 9. Alright, let's attack the Overlord again. Sounds like there's an ad coming up in about 5 minutes. No longer braced. We'll brace. So as long as we don't take a crit, we're only taking... Oh, we just took a crit. We were only taking 1 damage each round, as long as we were braced. Assuming that we had luck and weren't getting criticals, or they weren't getting criticals against us. But as soon as you get a critical attack, your brace is depleted. Otherwise, you would just be able to be invincible. There has to be some risk. But yeah, we didn't take any damage that round because we were braced. We'll cast at number 3 again. They're down to 79, we're at 71. Still got our brace. Attack for 4, no longer braced. Alright. So we'll brace. Brace at 22. Attack for 0. Attack for 0. Attack for 0. We didn't take any damage. Oh, we missed. And we're taking critical damage. I kinda wish it told you how much brace you had. The only way I could think of to do that would be like put it up in the corner, but that would like look really ugly. And once you are down to 0, then it would still say brace 0, which would be ugly. Could maybe put it like right here, or right here maybe. Or maybe up above here. You do brace and then the number. But yeah, there would be no space unless we abbreviated it. Maybe DRC. Or maybe use really small letters, like we fit PL in there. We could do BRACE colon in 3. Although, to be honest, B and R would be hard to fit in 1 unless we didn't have this outline. I don't think we're gonna live. if we brace, maybe we will. And again, maybe we won't. Yeah, the audio bugs out a little bit. Oh, we took a crit, didn't we? But that doesn't happen in like other emulators. It's just like an emulator thing. Yeah, the ad is starting in about 45 seconds here. Just a heads up. Oh, I braced again. Probably didn't need to do that. But maybe we'll have good luck here. Look at that, we did. We had good luck. So now we have 18 brace points. If we don't take any more crits, we can still win. They've only got one more hit left. So far, so good. Oh, critical damage. Player attack for 0. We can still do this. We still did it. As long as we don't miss. The chance we could miss here. We didn't miss. We won. Thank you so much for playing the demo. Check out some full game content. Placeholder image. We hit the button and here we are. And then there's an arrow and it says purchase the full game for more content. Want to see what you're missing? Maybe later. Yeah. So it's a little bit weird that the arrow is there telling you to go there, and you just saw the content. So that's kind of weird, but like that is like how the game works. But yeah, then it doesn't force you to stop playing the demo. You can continue playing if you're really into it. If you're like in the middle of the stream and you just wanted to like chat it up. That's weird that it did the fish thing even though I was outside of the fish zone. It's like an edge case. Quite literally. Because I was on the edge of the trigger. There's like a timer that I set so it doesn't check every single frame, but that means there is like 0.3 seconds where you could get a fish encounter but not be in a fish zone, in which case it'll give you the message there's a fish encounter. But I don't know, maybe I can fix that by like changing how the fish encounter works. Right? I'm not really sure where the dialogue is. Does it happen? Where does it happen? There's the ad. So I'm actually gonna take a quick break here, and we'll BRB. Oh wait, we just came back from the ad. Nevertheless, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, so at some point it plays the sound effects. Oh wait, so that's when you're in the fish zone. There's another thing. So there's this overworld counter. If local needs updates. So here it does the fish. It says fish, and then it checks the zone. So what we could do is change it so if where it says fish here, we could if variable value and then fish zone int. If fish zone int is greater than 0, then we say fish. Also, the sound effect shouldn't happen either. So yeah, we'll have to do that for each of the scenes, and that should prevent that weird edge case where you exit a fish zone, but it still gives you the fish thing. If fish, if variable value fish zone int is, I should have just copied and pasted this, is greater than 0, drop those in there. Alright, so this time I'm gonna copy it. We gotta do that 4 more times, or 3 more times. So we go to this one. Why is this one different? Where's the fish message? Ah, here it is. That's weird that it's different. But this is the cool part about making the demo game part of the full project, which is pretty normal to do in like regular other game engines. But with Game Boy, it feels like sometimes it might be easier to just copy paste the project and like make the demo version out of the full version. or a part of the unfinished full version. But then if there's something that you realize is broken or could be done better, then you have to do it twice. In this situation, I'm only doing it once here. So that's nice. Of course, I'm doing it once for each scene, but that's beyond. That doesn't make a difference. Yeah, that would have to happen anyways. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Delete. All right. So now it only happens if the fish zone is greater than 4 or greater than 0, and then again it checks to see what it actually is before it sends you to the different fish zone. It still does all this other stuff, but it doesn't actually make a difference in the game. It just changes the variables behind the scenes. But yeah, demo mode is pretty much done at this point then, right? I don't know, I kind of feel like this one should have an extra message behind it. Like maybe thank you for playing the demo, like this is the end of the demo by the way. And then feel free to sail around. So we'll just copy paste this one. Also, it's weird that all of that, the spacing is different. I remember centering it. Alright, so here it'll say thank you for playing the demo. Feel free to... Maybe it should be on a second one. Feel free to continue fishing. I feel like these ones should be shorter. They don't need to be tall. Alright. Let's go back to these and make sure they're not weird. Okay, they are. Let's fix that. Things just look better centered. It's hard to get it exactly centered, but that looks good enough. There we go. Alright, so the only thing left to do in the demo is to give it some content images, which I don't have yet. We kind of need the game to be more complete. But my plan is to take some screenshots and then like insert some text within the screenshots that say things like listing off the features, you know, like how many common fish there are, how many bosses there are, how many levels there are, how big the soundtrack is, etc. I know some people won't really care about that stuff, but other people might. And I feel like a lot of like homebrew games fall victim of people saying like, oh, it's just a homebrew game, so they like don't have to do anything because it's like a retro game, so that it's probably not as good as it should be to be on Steam or something like that. But the reality is you can fit a lot of content onto homebrew games, especially like the Game Boy. You can do 4 megabytes of content. We're not even close to that. And these are the biggest maps you can make in GB Studio, so it's not like they're small maps. If you look at some of the larger Game Boy games, the ones that pushed the limits of the Game Boy, some of them use like special techniques that I can't do with GB Studio, kind of like Turok, the Game Boy game, was like a up, down, left, right side scroller, right? Like you could go in any direction and it would like put all the stuff in. You could do that, but you wouldn't be able to make it like they did with GB Studio. You'd have to do your own coding and stuff like that. You'd have to tear apart the engine or something. Because I've seen the behind the scenes footage of what that's like, and they're like swapping tiles and using, it's almost like a special mapper that they're using for that game. But anyways, games like Final Fantasy Legend 3 is a good example of what you could actually do with GB Studio. And as far as I know, they kind of like filled that cartridge to the brim. And that was like end of life kind of stuff for the DMG Game Boy. Granted, Game Boy Color went on and did stuff like, you know, what was that game I was just looking at? Oh, Little Nicky had a Game Boy Color game. Which is funny to think about because that was like early 2000s, right? But yeah, Game Boy Color. I don't know when the end of life is. I could look that up. 2008. And shipping ended globally in 2010. The Game Boy Color. Oh no, that's Game Boy Advance. Why is it telling me Game Boy Advance? I said Color. It changed it to Advance on me. Okay, so 2003, the production of the Game Boy Color stopped. The Game Boy Advance was released in 2001. Game Boy Advance SP was in 2003, leading to the Game Boy Color's discontinuation. Let's see, Reddit has a post. Today I learned Game Boy Color wasn't even out for 3 years before the launch of Game Boy Advance. Game Boy Color was released on November 18th, 1998. And the Advance launched in June 11th of 2001. But yeah, I definitely got a Game Boy Color the year it came out, because I was playing a lot of Game Boy, and we were going through batteries a lot, and it was like a big selling point that it only had 2 batteries, even though the battery life wasn't as long. I don't think. I don't know, maybe I should look that up too. Yeah, the DMG Game Boy has significantly longer battery life than the Game Boy Color, lasting up to 30 to 35 hours compared to the Game Boy Color's 10 to 15 hours. The difference is mainly because the DMG uses monochrome screen and has less powerful components, while the Game Boy Color uses more power-hungry color screen and faster processing. But I'm sure the fact that it uses only 2 AA's for the Game Boy Color has something to do with it too. So yeah, it was kind of they made it seem like it needed less batteries, but it actually went through batteries faster. But it is kind of nice to be able to play it when you only have 2 batteries, rather than needing 4 just to turn the thing on, right? You would have to change out batteries more often. Man, I really miss my Game Boy Color. I had the purple one. Atomic Purple. Here it is. It was the coolest. Yeah, it was stolen. Unfortunately. Stolen by a friend. And they got busted with it, and the cops took it as evidence. Told me I could never see it again. Because it was evidence. Even though no charges were pressed. Ridiculous. No insurance claim, no charges, no Game Boy. I guess we can go back to putting in the fish, since we did the demo, all the demo stuff, except for the stuff that we don't have yet. And the fish are part of the content. Time to see where we left off. Honestly, I don't remember where we left off. Did we get all of the swap tiles in? It would appear that way. Let's take a closer look here. Yep, the very bottom one is there, so that is good. I guess we can go to the boss 3 now. This one should be a little bit easier. Draw boss graphics. And this is really the only part of it that needs to be changed. Of course, that is, what, 9, or no, 10 for each? Oh, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So, 36. That's not too bad. Let's get that out of the way then. Alright, so we're gonna hit the minus button there, add new reference, and this is going to be... I don't know what it's called. Swap Tile Boss 3. Copy it. Paste it. Oh, don't want to miss that one. There's an ad starting soon. Just a heads up. Oh, you know what? There was something that I wanted to do that I thought about and looked up online, and I forgot to do it. Streamlabs bot was not shouting people out, and I looked up online, and someone said that if you turn it off completely and then turn it back on completely, that fixes it. Which is something that I hadn't tried. I tried turning off just the module, but I didn't try turning it completely off and on. So now it might work. I don't know. Anyways, I turned it off and on. Maybe it'll work. Alright, yeah, for some reason I like second guessed myself. I was like, am I copy pasting the right thing? I am. We should be coming back from the ad here. And I'm still finishing up the Boss 3 swap tiles. But all of this new content's actually going pretty quick compared to what I thought. At first it felt like it was going really slow, but then it sped up. So something happened during the second one where I ended up doing double the work because of a mistake that I had made during the game jam. Because I had set things up the first time as if there was an inventory, and then I stopped working on the inventory when I realized I wasn't gonna have time for it. But all of the swap tiles were still checking to see if there was inventory or not. And I didn't fully like look at the code when I made the second level. I ended up having to do everything twice, or thinking I had to do everything twice when I didn't. And that significantly slowed the process. Elmo Electric getting a PS5, so finally someone can play more games with me. This will be amazing. Oh, cool. Oh, did his stream end? Oh no, it's still on. It just must have hiccuped. Maybe it was my browser, my internet that hiccuped. Because a lot of them are like that. But cool, yeah, that's exciting. BRB though, eating, yep, take your time. Appreciate you dropping in. Make sure I'm not missing anything there. Alright, this one, on to this one.
You wanna dance?
You wanna dance? Welcome in, Karipu. How you doing? Hey, the auto shoutout's working. Yay, just swell. Awesome. Everyone should check out Karipu. Give them a follow. They've got an awesome stream. Yeah, she does 3D modeling. She had an awesome robot that she posted on my Discord. Yeah. Game dev stuff, 3D modeling, art, all around awesome stream. But glad to hear you're doing swell, Kari. Glad to see you. We're chipping away. We made the demo cut of the game, so that's really cool. But now we're working on the content. Because there's like this little thing that like shows you a preview of the full game, but I don't have all of the preview content, so I'm back to finishing the full game here. Or at least part of it, so I can get some good screenshots and make it at least look like a full game, so I can preview that for demo players. But it actually went really quick. Just like a few hours and it was done. Other than that preview content. And now we're working on the third boss. Though it looks like I'm doing a lot of the same that I've been doing, it's actually a different thing. And we're nearly done with the third boss too, so that's cool. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's exciting. Just a few more to go on the boss here. All right, boss art is in. So the next thing we want to do is get the new tentacles. So let's take a look at those, make sure they got the numbers. I don't think they do. I think they're here. I don't think we exported them. No? I swore we made them. Oh, here they are. Alright, so boss 3. Oh yeah, is gonna have 4 arms. So that's gonna be a thing. Also, it looks like a tile is missing there. Alright, so let's canvas size. We can do that. export as boss 3 legs. And then we'll Control Z. And then we will do the 4. And I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to fit all these legs, but that's okay. We'll be able to make it work regardless. All right. So we got that. Let's bring them into the game. So we've got our 4 legs and our 3 legs. We'll copy those. Head over to our sprites folder. Paste them here. The sprites tab. Alright, so we're gonna do something weird here. We've got our 4 directions, and we've got our not flip, so that way we can have 4 different ones here. So idle 1 will be like that. Now we can actually change the canvas size to be like that. We can't get rid of those bottom tiles, but that's fine. It shouldn't be too much of an issue. And then we'll go left is going to be 2. Up will be 3. Oops, I missed. And then down will be 4. So I've actually got them set as different animations, or different parts of a single animation rather, but we're going to use them as different sprites. Alright, so that should be good. We don't have to worry about the collisions or anything like that because they're just there for a visual. Back to the game world. Alright, so this is boss 3, so tentacle 1, we want boss 3 legs. And we're going to change the direction here to be the first one. Or that one. And then this one, we're going to do the same thing, boss 3 legs. But now it's going to be that one. We'll put it right next to it. Okay, yeah, there is going to be some weirdness here, but that's okay. We'll figure it out as we go. Alright, so this one is going to be 3. This one's going to be 4. And now there's a number that gets put here when it populates the fish. We want that number to be 5 now, instead of 3. So we need to figure out where that number is being drawn. Also, what's going on here? We've got populate fish, and then we've got, oh, this is the else. Wait, no, this is, That's the else for that, and then this one is the one that's not actually being used. See, it says not being used, so we should just close that down. But somewhere it's drawing in that number. Huh. I'm gonna go. I think I might have overwrote it with something. Let me take a look at this. So I think row 6 has the number. Maybe it's row 1. I don't see it. I'm pretty sure it's right here. Replace number with wave tile. It actually happens in it. Oh wait, those ones replace it with the wave. Also, these are all blank. So where does it replace it with the actual number? Ah, there it is. So we just need to increase this to 5. So clearly it still works, even though it doesn't, it's like not there. But these are supposed to be selected. Alright, so that should work to get the number 5 there. So the count is a little bit weird. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. This should be moved over 1. And hopefully that works. I worry that like the mist animation goes in the corner. If it's, yeah, so these gotta be scooched in to prevent the mist animation from looking like it's hitting. But it should be okay where it's at. I'm not really sure. What else? All right, so there is only three fish. So enemy count needs to be 5. Which is weird because there's no thing for it. So therefore we'll have to make new variables for those. But it shouldn't be too bad, like, because it's just for the bosses. It's not like we have to go back and change everything in all the other battles. We'll just have to like change it for the ones that need it. But that should be cool. Then we could have all, what, 7 for the final boss? But yeah, so let's do that. We'll do enemy 2, we'll copy it, paste it, and then this will be, so this one is actually going to be enemy 5 health. So we'll make a new variable. Scroll down and find one. An empty one here somewhere. Alright, 177. enemy 5 health. And I believe we can actually make it go above 255. We'll just throw it at 355 for now. These ones will be 200. And then this one will be enemy 3 health. Enemy 4 health. Alright. So now they have health. It says enemy count 5 on update. This is where the battle actually takes place, right? There is some things we might have to change here. Battle player's turn. If enemy count is greater than 1, if enemy count is 4. Oh yeah, permutations. That's what all this AAA, DAAA, ADAA, DDAA. That's all of them alive. 1 is dead. That's so each one needs to be accounted for, which is a big pain in the ass. So that's gonna have to happen. So yeah, this will be significantly more difficult than I thought, but I'm not completely dissuaded to do it. I think it might be fun if it works. I think we should probably make sure that it actually looks good on screen, but hard to do that without like actually making it work. So we should definitely test it before we do the next one. But yeah, let's give it a shot. Let's jump into it. So what we'll do is we'll copy and paste this one. It's gonna take a second because there's a lot of events in there. Hopefully this doesn't break things, because that would suck. Then we'd have to refactor it. In fact, I'm a little worried that it might do that once we get to the other boss. The worst case scenario, we could give that one forearms too, so that way if it works for this and doesn't work for that, then we'll still have a plan of action. Did it paste? Alright, it did. Finally. Alright, so we're gonna change this one to 5. Oh man, we're gonna need to make new variables for the new enemies. So it's gonna need an enemy 5 dead. right, let's go ahead and make that variable. Let's see what they have. They have, oh, the UI. It's not gonna have room for the UI. Didn't think about that. Because it's got 1, 2, 3. And then 4? Is that what happens? I didn't think about the UI. Maybe we should stick with having only 2 arms. Because the UI. I'm pretty sure we could have 5, but we couldn't have any more than 5. I'm kind of thinking this is more work than what we want. Alright, let's go back on that. There's a few things we gotta change again here. Where does it do the... Oh, it's on the inits. Change that back to 3 instead of 5. And then we'll get rid of these 2. We'll go back into the sprites, and for 3 we'll give it this one instead. That overlaps, so we don't want that like that. There we go. Oh wait, we wanted that to be 2. Alright, so yeah, these are actually just like that, so we can just do that. Haley Starfire, hi! Welcome in, Haley. Hope you're doing well. We're working on Demonfish Dead Ahead in GB Studio. It's a classic JRPG game that I've been working on. And yeah. I'm a big fan of GB Studio. Big fan of making Game Boy games. Just released Pyrotoad with Johnny Manjiro, and that's a lot of fun. Someone actually recently turned it into a cartridge. How cool is that? I can show you a picture of it. Where did I put it? Here it is. Check it out. Pyrotoad in a cartridge. There's also a Steam release for it with a demo. So you can check the demo out on Steam, or you can check it out on itch if you want as well. Let's see, I think I've got a Pyrotoad. Yeah, so there's the links. Looks so cool, doesn't it? I'm pretty happy with it. I'm not sure what the Japanese text says, but they're based in Japan, so I'm sure it has some meaning. They made 3 different copies. One for themselves, one for Johnny, and one for one of their friends. So, very limited release. That's awesome, yeah. Because Johnny's based in Japan, so I'm sure that's where he met this person. But, yeah. I'm Sonic, this is dope. Yeah, if you like Sonic, you can be Sonic. You can be a whole bunch of characters. There's a thing down in the bottom. But yeah, you know, it's weird. A lot of people come in and they like the one that they're given right off the bat, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, I'm Pyrotoad. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I think that looks super cool. I've never had a game on a physical cartridge before, so this is the first for me. Granted, it's like, you know, custom made, so it's not like you can go get one, but pretty cool nonetheless. So yeah, I guess we won't need that 5th enemy, so that's kind of good. And we've got 1, 2, and 3. I did something somewhere. Oh, it was on this one, right? On the updates. Maybe it was on this. No. Yeah, so Demon Fish Dead Ahead is the game that I'm working on now. You feel free to play that. It's got a current version, which is half of the version that I'm working on now that you can download and play for free. Eventually I'm going to take that one down, so enjoy it while it's up. Go ahead and grab it so it's on your system if you'd like. But the demo is going to be significantly smaller because a good demo shouldn't be more than like 30 minutes or so. And right now I think there's like at least 8 hours or so of content, or 7 or 8 hours or so of content on the current version. And so this should put it at around 16 or so hours, assuming that doubling the content doubles the amount of time it takes to play. But it might be a little bit more because the newest overworld is pretty mazy. They get more and more mazy as you go, so like it might take longer to do. What's the buggy jam version? Okay, so it started as a game jam, and I only had 7 days because I was like 3 days late for the jam. So I did not test it, and it's got a pretty bad glaring bug in it. So that's why it's labeled buggy. But yeah, as soon as you get to level 1, it sets your health to 0. And there's no way to, like, well, I guess technically, if you were to get your health, you get to level 1 and then get to a lighthouse right away, it would restore your health. And then you would be okay. I'm pretty sure that only happens when you get to level 1. And maybe it happens every time you level up though. I'm not sure because I never tried that. Either way, I don't recommend it. So there's no bug jam in that version. No, there's no bug jam. It was a jam and it was buggy, and so it's buggy jam. But no edible jam made of bugs. Or no door stopper made of bugs either. Or like a door jam made of bugs. None of that. Oh, this is what I wanted, the battle manager. Okay, so we don't need that. Enemy count is supposed to be 3. We can get rid of 4. And 3. This one can go back to enemy 3 health. Oops, that's a 2. Enemy 3 health. And now we're back to where we should be. And we should be able to fight the boss 3 now too. We don't have a sprite for it, so maybe we should do that right away. Let's see. Oh, there is an ad. Sorry for that. I snoozed it once, but I forgot to snooze it again. That would be a silly jam game team buggy jam. Nice. Team buggy jam. Wasn't there a game like that? Bug something. In-game item, there you go. What was that bug game? I want to say Bug Juice, but it wasn't Bug Juice. Bug Snacks, there you go, Bug Snacks. Has a Bug Snacks vibe to it. Your firewall isn't letting you play. Oh no. Yeah, sometimes it's like that. Is it not letting you play the web version even? That's an intense firewall then. Also, I'm not sure if you're stuck in the ads or not, Haley. You did the download? So if it's telling you like it won't play and then there's like a more info thing, if you click that more info, then it'll have like run anyway. And I can verify there's no viruses, but the thing is that it's unsigned code because it's expensive to sign code because it's like a yearly thing. So a lot of games that you download on itch are going to have that same thing where it's like, we don't trust this software. So yeah, no, I'm not. Okay, cool. Yeah, it was telling me that ads were running, but I can't tell who's in ads or not. So yeah, if you want to use the web browser, it works fine. So if you play it through here, it should work fine. There's no issues. It does save the game also. So if you like come back later on the same computer, your save will still be there. Like if you're not able to get the ROM version to work, or to have it play, there is a Windows version, but yeah. I just trust itch.io games, I don't even question it. So that's kind of unsafe, I'm not gonna lie. There are some bad games, even on itch, and even on Steam, where developers have, you know, quote developers like hackers basically, that are trying to, you know, steal information and stuff like that, and hijack systems. They trick people into downloading their games, and it's really shitty, and there are people out there, so I can't recommend just downloading anything outright. But I don't know, if you don't trust it, I understand for sure, but I mean, I can show you that people have downloaded it if we look at the analytics. So it does get browser plays quite often, and obviously that was just today, right? But just last week it got a couple downloads. We go back a bit. Lots of people have downloaded it, and no one's complained about it being a virus. So, but yeah, this isn't the first time someone has been like, my system's telling me it's a virus. So this person said it was awesome. No one's commented that it's a virus. I don't have the demo up on Steam yet, but that's actually something that I've been working on today. I trust it. Then yeah, so I'm not sure if it'll do it on my computer, but if we download it, I might be able to walk you through how to do it. So I'm gonna download the Windows version, unless you want to play it on emulator, which you can do also. But it doesn't come with an emulator. The Windows version comes with an emulator, so it's like, it makes it easier. Extract it. I'm just going to throw it into what? Games. from itch, and I'll just make a new folder for it. BFDA test. Now this is a Windows system. This is Windows 10, I believe. Yeah, because 11 is the new one, right? It takes a second to extract. And then, yeah, so this is the new one. So what we're gonna do is click on it. And here it says don't run. If you hit more info, you can get run anyways. And then when you hit that, it takes a second, but it should work. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so it runs in Godot. Godot Boy, they call it. And then, yep. So more info and then run anyways. Apparently I have saved progress. It saves the data in your app data folder. So even if you like uninstall the game, your saved data will still be there if you reinstall it. And then if you wanted to delete it, you can find it in your app data folder, but it's really small, so. But yeah, no viruses. I appreciate you downloading it and checking it out and being interested, for sure. I hope that helps to get it to work for you. And before long, we'll have a demo up on Steam, so it'll be easy. Steam, like, has some way of bypassing that, so it doesn't say run anyways. I'm not sure exactly how it does that. Probably because it goes into the Steam app folder in the common files of the Steam app folder. Maybe that's all it takes, but that's what we're working on today. We're working on getting that demo ready. Fishing game, and then I was looking for the boss 3, which is actually labeled boss 4. Oh, you know, we want the other one. Where is it at? So that way we can get it on a layer without the water. There we go. I'm gonna just manually select this. Oops, missed it. So I can get the right amount of tiles here. And make a new one, 48 by 48, paste it. And so now I need to make it so it's only 3 colors. This one won't be too hard because it's barely using this color and we can just use white instead. Yep, just like that. Still haven't played Demon Fish, but I liked Pyrotoad. Hey, I'm glad you liked it. You really think that a obscure visual novel game on itch would do that to me? No, usually not. So the way that it usually works with that scam is on Discord, right? So there's this thing where like devs need playtesters, right? Now normally, especially in today's day and age when there's scammers are everywhere on Discord, you're not gonna, like, as a developer, it's kind of bad to cold call people and be like, hey, I need you to test my game even though I've never talked to you before and there's no reason why I should message you. But people fall for it. And like the way I do it is I post the page on like different Discord servers that have developers on there, that have like playtesting groups and stuff like that. So that way I'm posting it to a web page that has a game, that has comments, that has a history, that has streams of me making the game, stuff like that. So you can verify that it's a real developer making a real game. And scammers don't jump through all of those hoops generally, because that would be less of a scam and more of a job, right? But what scammers do is they pretend that they're making a game. They make a page that's just like that page. They'll steal screenshots and whatnot, and then they'll make a file that looks like it's a game file, but it'll actually be like a hijacking software, and they'll steal your Discord, they'll steal your, you know, banking information or whatever else that you might have on your computer. Like there's a lot of different ways that they do it. Mostly they use it to steal Discord accounts and then spread it further that way. And like, so once one account is hijacked, they'll go in and like find all of the messages and send them other stuff. It's not good. It's some shitty stuff. It really upsets me as a developer, because I mean, like I said, it's kind of bad etiquette to cold call people at all. But like, some new developers might not realize that it's bad etiquette, and then so what happens is you get developers that are like, hey, can you test my game? Like, you're a scammer, you know. Like, now every game developer is looked at as a possible scammer, and that sucks. But like I said, you shouldn't be cold calling people anyways. That's just bad etiquette, you know. Post your game in relevant places, make sure it looks like a legitimate product, and if people are interested, then they will, you know, give it a shot. And then if they like it, they'll give you feedback. If they feel like giving you feedback, they'll give you feedback. Granted, you can still ask for feedback in these forums and stuff like that. It's just a bad idea to DM people that you don't know. You know, DM your friends, sure. But even when I get a DM from a friend, I'm weary about any links that get sent, you know? Especially if it doesn't sound like them or they're acting weird, right? Like, totally. Wow, that pixel looks weird. I don't like that pixel. Oh, I'm fixing that pixel. Anyways, so this is the sprite version because it doesn't have that color. So, boss 3 sprites. It's a little bit confusing because this started as boss 4, but now it's boss 3 because I decided the dragon works better as boss 4. That really sucks. Yeah, I would cry if I lost my discount account. So yeah, 2-factor authentication is gonna prevent that, right? So that might be something worth looking into. Honestly, one of my friends had their account stolen and they don't even know how. They literally don't even know how it was stolen. So they got it back, right? Which is good, but they're lucky that they were able to. But I definitely got some suspicious messages from them trying to get me to do some crypto scam or something like that, which was obvious. So Retro Spaceball is a game that I started working on in 2017, and I still haven't finished it, but there is a demo up on Steam, and or no, the demo's not up on Steam, but the demo's up on my itch page. You can wishlist it on Steam, but the demo isn't quite it's not up to my standards of what a Steam demo should be, and I'm still like working things out in that game. It's got some issues still, but it should run fine on your system, you know, unless it's a super old system, in which case there might be some optimization issues, which I've actually been working on recently. But yeah, it's a shoot 'em up pinball game, so it's 2-dimensional pixel art, and it's kind of unique. There's not a whole lot of games like that. There was a lot of confusion when I first made it, so I made the tutorials like really I don't know the word. It explains things really well, and it starts the game off really slow, so you get the hang of it. But it's a little confusing because after I did that, I like made this like overworld, and then it kind of throws you into the overworld, and it kind of tells you where to go, and it's kind of buggy because the overworld never really got fully polished. And then once you make it to like the full game, it gives you, you know, the rundown of how to play like the regular levels, and then after 5 excuse me, after 5 of those, it sends you back into the overworld. You find a new planet, 5 more of those, send a new planet. So there is a loop that's being worked out, but like it's kind of unpolished. So one of the things I've been doing is making like a arcade mode, I call it, where it just sends you straight into the action and you just play the pinball levels without the overworld and like looking around and exploring and stuff like that. But yeah, I felt like the game kind of could benefit from that because like some players really like exploring and I'm one of them, so like I don't know, but I might have gotten carried away with that and bit off more than I could chew, and so part of me wants to strip that part of the game out, and then the other part of me wants to like finish that part. Alright, so you know what I'm gonna do with this? I'm gonna move this one up so that way there's more room on the bottom, and then I'm going to find that other sprite. Where did that go? This one. And oh, I guess yeah, I'm gonna need the original. Which I closed already, so let me find that. This one. So yeah, I'm going to take all of this, copy it, make a new layer. Try to make this work. Something like that. So that way it looks like it's coming out of the water a little bit. Though this looks a little funny here. Or maybe not. There, that looks better. I'm actually gonna bring it back down just a couple pixels, all of it. There. Alright, so this is gonna be... I guess I should save it. Boss 3 sprite. Yeah, feel free to join the Discord. We're always happy to have new people. A lot of artists, a lot of game devs in there, and content creators. If you stream yourself, feel free to share your stream links. If you've got a Discord server yourself, there's a spot for that. If you want to share your art, there's stuff for that. Or, you know, just see what we're up to, be a member of the community, and yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for joining Starfire. Appreciate that a lot. I was just exploring. Yeah, take your time. Appreciate you being there. It's hard for me to keep up with it while I'm streaming, but afterwards I'll definitely give you a welcome. But yeah, welcome, welcome. We appreciate you being there. All right, so this did we save the exports? Boss 3 sprites. Okay, we did. And then fishing game, we got the Boss 3 sprite. We're gonna copy that, drag it into the sprites folder, the assets for the game, paste it there. And then this is overworld level 3 here, so should be in here some Boss 3 sprites. It looks like nothing, so we're going to fix that. Boss 3 sprites. It needs to be bigger. Alright. And it doesn't need any animations. Oops, what happened there? Fixed direction. Alright, so we got our boss sprite. Oh, we do need to fix the collision. We want it to take up the whole area. Oops. So we'll move it over to the corner. Pull this out. And then make it taller. That way the player can't go around it or through it or anything like that. It works as a wall, preventing you from getting to that thing. Could even have it covering it. Actually, it looks better. Well, I guess that would prevent players from... Yeah, maybe we should do it like that. Okay. Or just like that, yeah. Because you can see the
Always begin conversations this way?
Yeah, I love that phrase.
You were not hired for your brains, you hippopotamic landmass!
Thank you for the readings. Appreciate that. So I think Overworld 3 actually is like working now. I think almost, or I think all the things maybe are done. I don't know. I better double check this. Yeah, that's fixed. Wait, what is this? These aren't fixed. But we did make this group for... Where is it? Fight scene 5. Fight scene 5. Is that even right though? That looks like fight scene 6. They've got the wrong name. Let's rename it so we don't get confused. Already confused looking at it. Alright, so we've got the fight scene 5 group and the fight scene 6 group. we need to put those here as well. Maybe? No, over here as well. Alright, so we need to... What am I doing here? We have... Where is the thing? Ah, this is the one we want. We want this whole thing. We want to put it down here as well. Oh, that's actually wrong. Those two go here. And then the other two go in the other spot. This one. Alright, well, I'm glad I checked that. I think that's everything now. This is all the fish finder stuff. Yeah. So fight the fish level overworld 3. I don't know what the hell I'm saying anymore. Overworld 3 should work now. And we can skip to get there with the debug menu. Does take a second to build, but it's nearly done already. Alright, let's check this out. So even though it's the demo, we can still get past it because in the options it only checks for level 1 in the debug menu, so we can just skip to level 3 even though it's the demo. We'll say no for the demo or the boss, the yes for it being enabled, choose level, yes, level 80. Everything after 80 is kind of broken at the moment. Let's get the mouse out of the way and make it bigger. We got one demonfish dead ahead. Another thing we haven't messed with at all is the fish box with the new fish. So it says that we caught it, but we didn't actually catch it. And it gave us more health, but it caps it at 255, so that's something else I need to fish. Uh-oh. It appears there's a bug. Let's take a look at the debugger. Let's see, enemy count 4. Enemy 1 type 21, enemy 2 type 20, enemy 3 type 21, enemy 4 type 21. So they've got their health values, but they don't seem to have been drawn in. So technically they're there. They take damage. They attack for the right amounts. But they're ghosts. Also, I'm getting my butt kicked, considering my life gets capped at 255. We better run. Same thing happened. Oh, you know, I think I know what the issue is. I think it hit me. So if we go to Overworld 3, we go to this thing here. Oh, you know, it's not even that. It's these here. Oh wait, no, these are set up. Huh, maybe it's something with the debug menu. It says it changes the overworld into 2. So why then would they not load? It should be getting to the right scene. The fight scene 6. And then in fight scene 6, I see. It still has these types. The types are wrong. Everything needs to be changed. Well, not everything, but all of these blue ones need to be changed. Which is a lot, but at least we figured it out now. It looks like I already made the change on fight scene 5, just not on fight scene 6. So it should be 20 through 23. Alright, so that's not too bad. We can do this relatively quick. Alright, so oh, this one's fixed. But this one's not. And this one's not. Well, there's an ad. You won't be missing too much though. 20, 21, 2, 23, 20, 1, 22, 23, 21, 2, 3, 20, 21, 22, 23. One, 22, 23, 21, 22, 23. So it looks like we're about back from the ads. So welcome back, those of you who were stuck in the ads. I appreciate you hanging out regardless. Twenty, 1, 22, 23, 20, 1, 2, 23, 21, 2, and I think that's all. So that's cool. Alright. So that should fix that issue. Now the other issue was that our life and stuff was being capped at 255, and I don't think it needs to be. It should be capped at 999. So let's figure that out here. I think it actually happens when you take damage. There should be like a math variable somewhere. Yeah, see how it says clamp between 0 and 255? It should not. However, I worry that if it goes into negative, it might break. But it shouldn't. Anyways, I'm gonna unclamp this stuff. And then I believe it might need to be changed in here also, which would mean that it needs to be changed in all of them. But yeah, player's turn, wait no, in the enemy's turn. It might be done in a script. Okay, yeah, so there's this, and then, here it is. Yeah, so we will have to do it on all of them. Which is kind of a pain, because there's a lot. Now the brace points we can leave, yeah. Because you shouldn't be able to get to level 255. Either way, that should be fine. But all the damage stuff should be unclamped. But yeah, there is a lot, and we gotta do it for each fight scene. So that was one of, what, 9? Basically any math event, I have to unclamp it. Except for the brace ones, because I'm not too worried about that. Alright, that went a little bit quicker. Now I'm worried that I missed something because it went so quick. Maybe I'm just getting quicker. Alright, on to this one. Oops. Battle Manager. Alright. Player's turn equals 1. We want equals 0. Let's see here. Player health, unclamp. Yeah, I am getting faster at locating them because they're all in the same spot, thankfully. Yeah, so this clamp value between 0 and 255 is useful for clamping it to 0, but 255 is no longer the max because they updated the engine and made the variables bigger, so I wish that they would have two options, you know, one for 0 to 255 and the other for, or maybe even three options because there's negative values now, so like the limits of the extremes and the 0 and the positive limit. All three options would be nice to have. Otherwise you gotta roll your own. But luckily it's such a high value that it's unlikely to happen to like crash the game, but if you hit a value that it can't compute, it will crash the value, or crash the game. Alright, that one looks good. chipping away at this here. We're at boss 3 now. There's only 3 more scenes that need this change after this one. Felt like I missed one, but apparently not. Only 2 more. Last one. Alright, I think that's all. Yeah, so that was a little time consuming, and it's something that I probably didn't need to do from the start, but I was unsure of it when I was doing the game jam thing, and then I copy pasted things before I fixed it, so that could have been avoided, but what are you gonna do? You live and you learn. Anyways, so that should work. There was something else I wanted to check here. The health UI. That should be fine. Just wanted to make sure there was no other clamps going on with the math values. Remove enemy 5 health UI. That's weird. Apparently I had planned on having enemy 5 and then before and gotten rid of it. So let's see, give XP. Alright, so here we're also clamping it, the XP. We don't really need to do that. But also, we need to do that for the new fish generation stuff. Somehow we managed to get 16 through 19 were the boss fishes. Okay, I see what's going on here. So yeah, we changed those. But yeah, all of these are gonna need that. Unless the experience is clamped at 255. Which it shouldn't be, so... Luckily there's only 32 fish so far. Not even all of them have this event yet. There's no reason why this one should be clamped. We will want to change these, but for now they're okay. Wait a minute. What is this even a switch for? Top fish position? The one for each position? Jeez. Except for 0. So we gotta do this a lot. This actually might need to get refactored also. Because if you go over a certain token limit, it will just crash. Or it won't build. It won't compile. So the workaround is to break things down into different scripts and call those scripts one after the other. But yeah, as it stands, you don't get any experience from the new fish or the new bosses. For the new boss, there's only one new boss. The second new boss is not even there yet. So that was the first half of the game's fishes. Now we're on the second half. Before the new ones. The new ones haven't even been added yet. So. But yeah, for every position, it checks to see what fish it was, and then it gives you experience for that fish. Alright. So again, we don't need to clamp that value or that value. Alright, I think that script is done. Leveling system?
Playtime is over.
Lot Lizard, welcome back. Hope you had good food.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alright, so I think we're ready to have much more health and levels and stuff. So let's give this a shot. Again, the fish don't give you experience on the new levels yet, but that'll be next. Or possibly tomorrow. It's already getting kind of late. Not sure exactly how long the stream has been since it had so many hiccups at the start, but we're coming up at 5 hours for the stream time that it says that it has. So. I heard that. What did you hear? Was it a yawn? Did I yawn? Just talking about yawning makes me want to yawn more. Yawning, yeah, there was a yawn. I ran out of tea hours ago. We'll go to World 3. The boss dead? No. Boss enabled? Yes. Use level? Yes. What level? We want to go to 160. See how easy we are now. Not the T. Yawning LOL BRB. Yep, have a good BRB. Alright, so the boss is the wrong sprite. And it sends you to the wrong thing. So that's kind of wrong. Let's get into some fishy battles. Alright, we got fish, so that's good. Let's see what happens when they attack me. I've got 530 health. I've got 511 now, so that seems to be working. I'm not as easy to kill now. Let's see if we can attack one of these. $160, that ain't so bad. We might be taking a lot of damage, but we're dealing it. Of course, we're not gonna get any experience from killing it, but that's okay. Catch you later, bozo. Alright, so that's good. That's working. I like that. That wasn't a level 4 fish attack, but that should be working too. Let's fix the boss, because the boss wasn't working. Spent all that time making a sprite, and it's not even there. So let's do that. So it's there. So if we look at the on init, it's got this thing that sets it to the wrong sprite. We want it to be boss 3 sprite, like so. And then also on interact, we have this boss 2 attack script. And we go to boss 2 attack. It does all this stuff for boss 2. We could make it into a boss attack script and then check to see which level we're on. That actually might be a better way to do it. So yeah, let's do that. We'll just call it boss attack. And then we'll do if variable value. Actually, let's do a switch. So the variable will be overworld level int, and there will be 4 options. So we'll start at 0. So 0, 1, 2, and 3. And then we'll put boss battle 2 into 1. We'll copy it, paste it here, rename it to boss battle 3, and then we'll do Gurgling? How do you spell gurgling? I think that's right. Intensified. It takes forever for typing to work. Intensify, yes. Gurgling intensifies. And we'll, instead of that, we'll do that. And then instead of battle underlord, we'll say battle Deathlord, maybe. Battle Deathlord. They're all gonna be lords. We got the Overlord, the Underlord, the Deathlord, and then the Dragon Lord, maybe? And then here, we want it to switch to boss battle 3. Also, the enemy types will need to be the new enemy types, which we have not made yet, so probably do that. So we've got one called set boss damage, and then we've got, this is boss 1, this is boss 2, so 37, 38. We'll just copy these. $37. $38. And then I'm not sure what values to give them, so let's check what this one goes up to. This one goes up to 32, 34. So for 37, we'll do 33 and 35. And then let's take a look at what this one like. What the difference is for these. Oh, they are backwards, aren't they? Weird. Is this one backwards too? No. But that's the demo on. Wait, where's the demo off? There it is. So that one's 4 and 6. Oh wait, no, this is the right one. So 10 and 15 and 9 and 11. So it is just... Alright, so the crit is worth more. Otherwise it would be 12, so 3 more than usual. And now I already lost what the number was here. 32 and 34. Alright, so 33, 35, and then 34, and then it would be 36, but plus 3 is 39. But also these ones shouldn't be backwards. Let's just change this one to... Wait. No, they're not backwards. Which one's backwards? Oh, I was confused. I was looking at the wrong thing. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so now when we click on this guy, or no, when we go to the battle... What is it called? Boss attack, then we should change these. Enemy 1 type equals, what do we say, 37 and 38? So I think that's what it was. Now I need to double check. Yeah, 37 and 38. Alright. Alright, so now it should start the boss 3 battle when you talk to it. It should have the right sprite, and it should send you to the right battle. Yeah. Let's give it another shot. But yeah, I don't think we'll go too much longer here. I do want to test these things, but food needs to happen at some point here. Alright. New expedition. Oh, you know what? We should have gone to options. Doesn't matter. We can do that here. World 3. Boss dead. No. Boss enabled. Yes. Used level. Yes. What level? 160. We got fish. We're running away from the fish. Running away from the goblin sharks. I wanted to get into a 4 battle. Hey, level 161. Here's a 4 fishing area. And it's working. We got 4 crab claws. Oh, and we got our boss sprite, and it looks good. Gurgling intensifies. Battle the Death Lord. Uh-oh. We gave it the wrong thing. And there's a bug there. Whoops. I guess you'll have that. That was gonna be boss 4. And also, something happened there. I don't know what. It lost a cheek. 2 tiles got mangled. I'm about to die. Wait, how am I still alive? And now it's frozen. So something with my unclamping things made it so it doesn't know that I have 0. So I must have negative, and it's not checking maybe, but that's weird because I thought that it was. So that's kind of messed up. But maybe I wasn't checking because it was clamping it before, and now we need to check. Oh yeah, see, if it equals 0, it needs to be equals 0 or less. That means I need to do that to all of them. Yep, that's gonna have to happen to each of these scenes. Is that else statement gonna work now? I think so. Well, this is gonna take a minute. Part of me wants to just stop and eat, but I'll have to like make a note because I won't remember when I come back that this is where I left off. The other part of me wants to just power through. But you know what? The sooner I eat dinner, the easier it's going to be for me to go to bed on time, and I've got D&D in the morning, so I think we are just going to make a note. So let's do that. D&D notes, let's get our notes list. Demon Fish dead ahead. Working on. Set health checks to less than or equal to, and then fix boss 3 tiles to use boss 4 image, because I forgot. I knew that was gonna mess with me. Alright, anyways, so that should help me keep track of where we're at. I'll leave my D&D notes up for tomorrow. We'll save this. And we're gonna raid HBY_stuff. They are an excellent pixel artist. Amazing work. I don't think I've had the chance to raid them before. Usually I'm up later than they are. They've only been on for a couple hours, so they should be going for a little bit longer. Just a all-around awesome pixel artist. Super humble, and they could use your support, so give them a follow. Let's get a raid message. So yeah, if you're subbed, you can use the top one. If you're not subbed, go ahead and use the bottom one. I'm gonna make sure I have it up in a browser so I don't miss the beginning of it. But yeah, take a sneak peek of what we'll be going to. Fantastic artists, so definitely you don't want to miss this raid. They've been working in MS Paint lately, which is interesting and I'm sure very difficult. But yeah, that's where we're going, so I hope to see you there. Everyone show them your support. Alright, let's get this raid going. Raid. Alright. Once again, don't forget your raid message. Everyone be kind and courteous. And do yourself a favor and give them a follow. They stream pixel art on Saturdays and Sundays. And they do it every week, as far as I can tell. But thanks again, everyone, for hanging out. Thanks for joining the Discord, Starfire. Welcome in, of course. Lot Lizard for hanging out. Karipu for chilling. Always appreciate it. Indie Maniac for dropping in for a bit there. Durger for dropping in, Tanker for dropping in, Legendary Cerberus, Seagoat for the bits. Very much appreciate all the support. You're all awesome. And I love that I can hop on without any like notice and people are here to watch, and that's really cool. But yeah, I appreciate everyone keeping me company while I do this sometimes tedious game dev stuff. Anyways, raid's about to start. Thanks again. Take care. Have a great evening. See you on the other side.
Just set the cameras again. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Oh. Rick. Thanks for the raid. Oh my, oh my.